Good morning or good Friday morning. Long, long week. But here we are again. Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Day 13 of actual trial testimony in the case in chief of the Commonwealth. Yesterday we left with cross examination of Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik, Alan Jackson, doing cross for Karen Reed's defense. It was a bit of a battle, kind of like pulling teeth, trying to get everything out of this sergeant. Uh, he's being treated a little like a hostile witness, which he should be when he's not willingly giving yes or no answers or actually answering the direct question. Um, you could see the frustration of Alan Jackson. There was a lot of snippy, snide comments being made. And we're going to have more of that when they come back today. Then there's the opportunity of the Commonwealth to try to come back at the narrative. Well, let's go over a little bit of what we actually learned yesterday. We did learn a lot about the drinks that were consumed, what happened actually at the C.F. McCarthy's in the waterfall. Um, we got testimony on both of that through video. We saw a video timeline of the drinks that were consumed from both places in what was going on with the couple and who they met, who they talked to, things like that. Regular using the videos from both establishments in the investigation. Now, the other thing we learned was, we knew, we didn't actually learn it, is new, was the involvement of Proctor, of the lead investigator, Proctor, who has been a bone of contention on both sides. We thought the Commonwealth was avoiding it, but they just took it head on and let uh, Sergeant Bukhenik actually take the lead and say that he was actually his supervisor. And although he didn't interact with the actual chain message that went back and forth where Michael Proctor is actually being very disparaging to the defendant, making really inappropriate comments, very unprofessional, absolutely. You don't see interaction from this witness in regards to that. Although he was a supervisor and he was aware of it, perhaps he should have did a hell of a lot more about it. He went through his own disciplinary investigation, and he did get some vacation time taken away. Although it is brought to forward his history, his credit, what happened. Actually, he did get disciplined, but he's still actively on the force, still doctorate, didn't lose anything that way. So they did address it, and they should. It's not something you want to leave out there for anybody to wonder about. Um, I guess that was the best way to approach it. I think if I was in the Commonwealth shoes, I would have did the same thing. Let's just hit it straight on. Let's just put it out there, because I truly believe two things can be true at the same time. Michael Proctor could be a total, unmitigated, unprofessional jerk and still have done his investigation. Michael Proctor can be a problem for this case because he has been fired. It does look terrible. He should have been fired. He was not only fired for his unprofessional conduct in regards to the Reed investigation, but also for some drinking in the vehicle during hours of work. A big no-no. It wasn't just the one thing. I don't know if the defense is going to bring on Michael Proctor, but I see that the Commonwealth really doesn't think it's necessary because they can get all the information about the investigation from his supervisor and from someone who actually worked one-on-one with him during most of the case. Yes, it's true that 12 out of 100 reports came from Michael Proctor. I thought that was a good number to throw in there by the Commonwealth through this interview with Yuri Bukhenik. He was able to say, yes, Proctor did this, this, and this, but he wasn't the only one involved. But when I say that two things can be true at the same time, Michael Proctor's a problem. A imperfect investigation is a problem. A snowstorm, not getting evidence secured the way it should have been, knowing all of these witnesses, Still, when you lay out why they made their decisions the way they did, and you look at the evidence that's actually been compiled, well, they may have done a really lousy job. It doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist. And from what I'm seeing, it also could mean that Karen Reed is still guilty of this crime. I can't wait to hear the expert witness for the accident reconstruction. I want to hear from the Lexus now, from the actual computer on that vehicle, what actually happened in those moments. Because as the timeline is like really firming up here, instead of creating more doubt, the more the defense attacks these witnesses, I'm getting less doubt. I don't know. Maybe I'm not the average person like looking at it as a juror, but for me, I really am getting less doubt. They've been pretty proactive in general in countering what they know the defense is going to bring in. Yes, I think that's very clever of Hank Brennan. I think he's being razor sharp in presenting the solid evidence. And a few things about this ring camera, bringing all of those into order, documenting what was available. And now we're going to hear from the record of Ring, the records in chief from Ring itself, in how those records are stored or deleted. And people are saying, Karen Reed left the courtroom yesterday saying, I didn't delete those videos. I wouldn't know how. What videos? We didn't even say any were missing yet. She's already claiming innocence. Her and her father both left the courtroom saying that. I find that very sus. I don't know about you guys, but it's like they're on the defense already and they don't even know. I guess they know where it's leading to, And I guess being involved in the court proceedings all along, they would know where the Commonwealth is going. But people are saying there's no way she didn't have access. She did go upstairs into the room to remove a laptop. She did go upstairs into the bedroom where she would have had access. And there is testimony on file through reports in the last trial that the nephew said he believed that Karen did have access. That neither, they were asked, both the niece and the nephew, if they had access to Ring. They said no, but they believed that Karen did. I don't know. I just want to see. I want to see if there's anything in the deletion records that says what device deleted it. How did it get connected? And the time when they were deleted. Because the time when they were deleted is going to be critical. Because if it is the time when Karen and her father were visiting Johnokeefe's home after he was declared dead at the hospital and after she was released, and they were all converging there with the niece and the nephew, or is it between the hours of 12:45 and 5:07? Is that? It must have been after, because also missing is video of Karen and Carrie and Jen McCabe leaving Meadows Avenue. Maybe there was too good a shot of the back of her car or something. I don't know. But good morning, everybody coming in, as I sit here and just speculate on what we've been hearing. Hey, Sin, how you doing? Maye, thank you for joining us. Love the new profile pic. Looks like the waffles having fun at the beach. Yep. Hi, book lover. Couch, it's always good to see you. And oh, this is the first time you've joined my Twitch chat there. Sin, welcome. You know, Twitch does this little thing, it highlights you. You're all highlighted up there. It's good to see you back around, Sin. Thank you so much. Morning coffee from Purple. I appreciate it. Those of you that cannot see it on Twitch, it's a giant coffee cup. It's as big as my head. Like, absolutely appropriate. For me to be up at this hour, I need a huge cup of coffee. Control of how the cat is let out of the bag makes sense. Yes. And also, Couch, I wanted to say, when she went out there, the first thing she said is, I saw John O'Keefe go into the house. Yes, she did. Now, she's been going back and forth about that, which door, how she did, whatever. But the interview, Sergeant Bukhenik, he literally said that the first thing she said is she did not see him go in. She was on the day asked. That's in the reports. They're going to try to discredit that because Michael Proctor helped write the reports. Now, Michael Proctor is a problem. But after hearing the history of this officer, as obvious as it was that he has great disdain for the defense team, there was no doubt in looking at Alan Jackson that he would rather just push him off a cliff. Sorry, that's exactly the opinion. That's exactly how I felt every time he looked at him. He doesn't have to like him at all. And I don't blame them. The way that they have been dealing in Canton with the witness intimidation for more than 2 years. They have seen what has happened to everyone. Every single thing that anybody did is blown up into some great conspiracy, including treating people with decency, whose friend, a fellow police officer, just died. So they don't interview them immediately or harshly, especially when they don't think they're involved with the death. There was nothing pointing to that house. No footsteps. Oh, nothing. Oh, we're ready. I hear them. I'm going to have to carry on later.
You are unmuted.
But that did bug me, the way they're like wanted everybody to be treated hostile immediately. The world doesn't work that way. Some of us like go by evidence, go by reasonableness, and not like everybody is like, I get it. But this officer, this sergeant was going with the information that he had, and he had great information immediately that it looked as if it wasn't a car accident. He was hit. I mean, they had broken tail light. How does that translate into let's go into the house and they must have had something to do with it. I don't get it.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning. We are starting at a good time.
Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions.
She looks very happy it's Friday.
Follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or no to the affirmative. Are you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no.
Second day in a row now, immediate sidebar. I'm impressed.
We bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please, and Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Anybody want to lay odds if he takes the whole morning or not?
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, nice tie. I do hope he's had his coffee.
Yes.
Thank you. Good
morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I look up approach your own?
Yes.
So you can actually, let me front page that as well, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5
so-
by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates in there.
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? It's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to
There's-
repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach on?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Ron?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date was that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bed, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years,
sure.
on evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
Why don't say-
you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see the series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If
Do you
these,
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document,
Sure.
please?
Okay, first sidebar of the day. Mr. Jackson is in rare form. Yeah, he's obviously had his coffee and his Wheaties this morning, and he definitely wants to discredit this witness completely. Because if he can discredit this witness completely along with the Proctor information, then perhaps the jury will ignore all the physical evidence that was gathered. But I really don't see that happening. You don't have to like the person on the stand to understand that his piece is a taillight. There's more than likely only one place it came from. An obviously broken taillight on the defendant's car. There are no other vehicles with broken taillights in this investigation. There are many other vehicles around. None of them have broken taillights. None of them have the driver of their vehicle actually saying that the deceased was in their vehicle and that they dropped the deceased off, apparently, where he lay. None of that goes away. I don't think she's getting annoyed at the line of questioning because I don't think she appreciates the tactics but this judge, in all honesty, is very defendant rights oriented. She was a defense attorney herself. She does believe that every defendant gets a fair trial, and she's going to let him go there because she also knows that in regards to this case, they have been stonewalling. Law enforcement has been attacked on every level, not only on the Massachusetts State Police level, but even the local Canton Police Department has been attacked brutally over this. And they've kind of put up a blue wall. Like they don't want to talk to people about. They're not going to be forthcoming because they are being nitpicked and challenged, and things are being twisted. And you could see that that's evident in Sergeant Bukhenik's testimony. He's being tertiary polite, like casually, but like I said, he looks at him like he would rather push him off a cliff, and I really don't blame him. His words are being twisted. Like he said, it's a ridiculous assumption that I tampered with it. What's the purpose here? It's evidence against her. Like, why am I going to tamper with it and ruin the case? Like, I can't imagine that all these people united to frame her. Why? Well, they didn't have evidence at the time of everything she did for the last 2 years. Okay, the look that you see on everybody's face is all that they have done the last 2 years in regards to it. And you know what I mean. Liam, that may not have been like the perfect word for it, but I mean, like, not direct. Tertiary,
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
amongst all the other things.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope. Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
It went from you to a person filling out the envelope.
Watch your headphones. The court feed's coming in louder now.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
Good
A
answer.
bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? You know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Bukhenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
him.
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the presence.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished? You're fine, you're fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they? An evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There are several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the rule. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Brock. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself
Brennan?
with
I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
that. I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it. Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mhm. On the 4th? No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts, some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. There were communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
Sidebar number 2. I think it's number 2. So, what have we learned today? That they collected the evidence on different days. The fan looks great. There was a snowstorm, in a big snow, lots of snow. Snow was melting, so they kept going back and checking for more. There was a CERT team. There's lots of evidence. Not all the evidence was bagged by Michael Proctor, but apparently any evidence that was bagged by Michael Proctor is definitely sus because, Michael Proctor is a problem. He did say some nasty things, but that doesn't mean he didn't do his job. Because two things could be true at the same time. He could actually absolutely detest Karen Reed and think all the things that he said about her and still do his job. Yeah. Possible. Probable. More likely than this fantastical tale that the defense is trying to build. Because I don't see the opportunity. What tampering of evidence? Okay. What did they actually do? They planted the pieces of taillight, but we've already seen video from before the police were ever involved of the broken taillight. We see it at John O'Keefe's house that morning before they even discovered his body. We see the broken taillight. Yeah, but that's the problem, Turtle. I know that people are saying that, like he bumped him because he wanted to have an about. He had already been with her and they were already over. I don't see why he would get rid of him. Especially since they were already fighting and they were going to break up. That seems to be the allegation that she's such a catch that, Higgins organized this whole thing to get rid of John O'Keefe. I don't think so. Since Karen had already cheated, I don't know if John O'Keefe even knew. Wouldn't it be an interesting twist in the tale if he found out that night and that's what they were fighting about in the car, and that Karen's story about John going in first to see if she was welcome was actually, Oh, by the way, Higgins just sent me a text that he whatever's you and don't come in. I'll see you when I see you, and got out of the car. Wouldn't that be funny? If that's the story? No. But that message isn't on John O'Keefe's phone, and I'm just making that up because, apparently that's allowed according to the precedent that is set by the defense. We can make up any fantastical tale we want. We just, don't have any evidence of it at all. Exactly. Exactly. It's just a fantastic. I wish it was actually going somewhere. Basically, there's no, there are some pieces of evidence entered by Michael Proctor into the locker. Absolutely. What about all the evidence that was found before on the day of by the Canton Police Department that wasn't? Michael Proctor works for the Massachusetts State Police, right? He's not Canton Police Department. What about all of that was found? What about the evidence that was found with Sergeant Bukhenik there? What about all of that? Like, you can put doubt on a few pieces because Proctor is a shady character. He has been removed. They don't, you can cast doubt on what he did in his reports, all you want. It's not going to get rid of all the evidence. Because if it could, if I was sitting on the jury, I would know for a fact that if they were able to toss this evidence for impropriety on the actions of law enforcement, we wouldn't even be seeing it in trial. It all would have happened before it got here, before it got into a court with a jury. I know that, maybe I know a little too much, but I know if there was anything to this nothing burger, we would not be seeing any of this evidence being entered at all. It's all pointless. You're right, Turtle. It's the fan. It's obviously the fan. I don't know why more people don't just see it and just call it like out the way it is. Because it's at this point, yeah. This is the painful part over trial. This is the long and arduous part. Good morning. Good morning, Maggie. I'm sorry if I didn't say good morning when you first came in. I know. It seems like the defense very conveniently forgets about the snowstorm because it's like really doesn't fit their narrative very much. The snowstorm itself is some of the best evidence, and I posted that question and answer from Alan Jackson in Sergeant, Bukhenik, because I just thought it was brilliant, especially when he ends with, it was the evidence that spoke to us, that told us that perhaps he was hit with the vehicle. The evidence that we saw is what was leading us this way. The evidence that we had was telling us, leading us in a direction with this story.
Wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take it now.
Oh, man, sidebar, right to morning break.
Yuri, anything, just fold your notebooks and leave them. Just step right up. Thank you.
Okay, whatever that sidebar was about. So she didn't say how long. They're usually, 15, 20 minutes for the morning break? So what to talk about, Like, I'm trying to be calm because I don't want to keep bashing on the defense. As annoyed as I get is how long this takes. I will say on the socials, those are in support of Karen Reed are thrilled that Alan Jackson is finally going on the defensive with Michael Proctor and, making it look really bad. And there are some that say that perhaps Sergeant Bukhenik is not being as cooperative as possible, that law enforcement...
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get... I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So You're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Michael. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, so apparently the defense has come up with some more documents. Probably everything that has. My guess is that it'll be everything from the investigation that has Michael Proctor's name or signature on it, and he's going to have to review all of it, and they're going to try to get it all into evidence because they're really annoyed that he will not admit that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator, because that puts more weight on disparaging anything that he had anything to do with. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do for a half an hour? Let's see. Was that Karen trying to argue with the judge about how to do her job? Yes, they were gonna. Yeah, yes. I don't know if it was Karen. I think it was Miss Little, or was it Karen? But I do want to say that there were a couple of clips on Twitter of Karen actually barking or stating in the middle of cross-exam to Alan Jackson what to say. Like, literally just like turning her head over and saying things to him while he's trying to do his job. And also during one of the sidebars, apparently Bill Reed in Mrs. Reed, Bill Reed father in Mrs. Reed, I forget it, I think it's Janet Reed, Mrs. the mother, were reprimanded for something they were doing in front of the jury. And now a court officer was standing next to them, between them and the jury. So I don't know if they were making faces or talking to, or tried to say something to them or what, but they got reprimanded. And there's a very long post from an account on Twitter about the shenanigans that the Reed family themselves have been pulling every day. There's actually a picture circulating of Bill Reed standing at the top of the stairs of the courthouse as Sergeant Bukhenik shows up to come inside and points directly in his face, all angry, like as if it's like, like aggressively, like, the caption said it was something like, your turn next or something. But of course, there's no real quote of what he actually said. But the actual gesture in thing was very aggressive and intimidating. It seems like the Reed family has been quite the bullies, quite aggressive with people, not so nice. I mean, it doesn't go well. I wonder if the jury watched Karen Reed bump in and not apologize to the actual AV woman the other day. She actually came up from behind her, knocked right into her, and just kept going. I mean, just rude in general. Just little things you notice, the faces that she's making. She's very agitated. Today they captured pictures of her taking something, could have been a pill or a mint. Could have been a mint. At the table, they have pictures of her on her phone or on her laptop and not paying attention. They have her on her phone, just like scrolling and posting from the disc. And I'm thinking, this is just not a good look for the jury. Like, I would be more worried if it was I. Thank goodness it's not, but if it was I, trying to put myself in her position, I realize that it's so frustrating and so much pressure, but I still think I would be trying to put my best foot forward to the jury instead of giving them every opportunity to think I did it with my bad attitude. Take a long bathroom break. Stop it, Molly. No. Yeah. I could just leave y'all sitting here and just run away. Oh, Is it from last trial, Mandy? You see, that's how people get like Mandy says that the picture I'm talking about with Bill Reed pointing at Bukhenik is probably from last trial. Could same courthouse, very well likely could be, but they've got it circulated. I believe they just posted it again yesterday. Thank you though. Yep, they did the same thing with Depp drawing at the table. They tried to say he was callous and not paying attention. He didn't care. But that's what I mean. This is a murder trial, though. You know, with Depp, he was actually the one filing the suit. So, him not like it was a little bit different. This woman's on trial for murder. it's got a little different weight, I think. But I see what you mean, though. Karen is living up to the stereotype. Say it isn't so. I can't say it isn't so because she most certainly is. Like Karen lives wants the manager constantly and then wants to tell the manager how to do their job. Exactly. Got to post as Henry to try to make people think you're not him. You know what? I think that's what the caption was alluding to of that picture of her using her phone at the desk, actually. You mean Karen is showing her Karen face? Pretty much. It's still the same as that it doesn't really matter to the trial itself. It doesn't, but it does matter to what the jury thinks, I think. I don't think it matters to the evidence. You're absolutely right. I don't think it matters to the key points of a case, but I do think it matters to a jury because let's just take, for instance, in the Lori Vallow Daybell case, the jury would look at her while certain evidence was being presented. And they would look at her to see what her reaction was. And I do believe that in most post-jury conversations, they all in some way refer to a moment when certain evidence came out and they had to decide credible or not credible. And they're looking at the defendant at the time. Or at the prosecutor or at the defense attorneys, but they're taking in more information than just what he said. And a lot of it is coming right from the defendant. Now, they're not supposed to use that to make the decision. Okay, but remember, it is the jury that decides how, not what evidence comes in, but whether it's credible to them and gives it the weight that is necessary for the case. Everything gets presented, but just because we think it's valuable evidence and we think it tells the story, they could totally disregard it. Very, very funny. How's your day going there, Mandy? I haven't been dropping a link, but if anybody wants one, let me know. Because I don't mind. You know me. Yeah, right, Couch? I mean, it does, perception, I think. And although they're not supposed to make a decisive or factor of guilt or not guilt on what the defendant does, I do think it does help them weigh certain things out. I do think they do take it into consideration, and I know they pay attention to it. I mean, I've heard them remark afterwards about demeanor and about I mean, let's just, I mean, Daryl Brooks, right? You don't think some of that stuff got under their skin and that they kind of took it into consideration. Alex Murdaugh, just how he was, a lot, whether they believed him or not. Amber Heard, definitely the jury was paying attention. I do think it does have something to do with their perception on the weight of things, for sure. How about the Shovanov girl who lunged at her attorney? I think that, what did she do that in front of the jury? I'm trying to remember if that was done in front of the jury or not. Yeah, Mandy. Well, I hope it all goes well. Oh, I'm not going to put that up. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't finish reading it before I think. But yeah, call me. Call me. Okay, Couch. I guess another key difference would be that Amber Heard's responses and general vibes were far more impactful than Depp being a doodler. Pretty much. Pretty much. And like it's not just the doodling. I understand they have to like do say I mean, he had candy, on the table and stuff, and he was always joking around like with his attorneys and stuff in between. And that's all good. I'm just talking about her absolute she makes faces at the witnesses. She makes faces about things going on. She's literally directing her attorney. She's literally was turning her head and shouting, like saying stuff over to him, um a little bit different. Like this is just the kind of behavior that they're going to pick up on. Hey Pete, good to see you. Just stopped in for a second because I gotta leave. I swear. Okay. Because I gotta leave, I swear. Okay. Oh, sorry you can't hang, but it's nice that you popped in. Yep. Oh, I was trying to think of some of the things. Yesterday it came up like how is it that Alan Jackson on the defense can be so aggressive with the witness for law enforcement and all. In this particular case, I think he's trying to set a precedent that they don't want to talk about Michael Proctor. Well, they can actually bring Michael Proctor as a retired from the force against his will. Let's say fired. We'll just say fired. Um, they can subpoena him and treat him as a hostile witness on this case and can ask him about the case. Um, he can also just plead the fifth. He can also just, but that's going to look really bad. I don't see why. I don't know how much more they'll get out of this except for just to really hammer home that there were problems with the investigation. And we all admit there were. It doesn't do any good to turn a blind eye to that. There were some issues in the investigation. Hmm. Mm. Oh, you got to get it. I can see you were just talking about that there, Pete. I was just going to ask you the same thing, and I see Mandy did getting that fuel line fixed. Ah. Oh, you did. You did already. Cool. Well, I mean, what do you guys think? Do you how? First of all, it sounds like we're going to be in for this until launch. If Mr. Jackson has his way. And I am kind of curious as to what it is that they're preparing as far as documentation. I think it's because, throughout this testimony, Sergeant Bukhenik will not testify to something he doesn't read in front of him. And I don't blame him because, that the defense is trying to impeach you. So you're not going to give them anything to go. I wouldn't give him anything to go on either, But so maybe they're bringing forth all the reports that Michael Proctor completed. I mean, it really, I found it really rather unnecessary that Alan Jackson went in on Sergeant Buchanan's use of the English language. It is not his first language. And then, there's some pretty nasty stuff on the socials about because he's, testifying like he's, not coming out against Proctor, he didn't do enough or whatever. He should be deported. They actually call him a liar and things. And it's just like people just go too far. It really shows how about how low people can go, how small minded and how Oh, just tribal, I guess. In some instances, they can be. Yes, Pete, we've been like 3 years on. Oh, did you enroll in Twitch? You're going to give me a follow over there? Cool, 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 cool. I'm trying to get to 50, Pete, and I know we've been following each other for quite a while. All the badly copied, unsigned diamond, maybe. We should see. I mean, he did give him some blurry copies yesterday, and he wouldn't really attest to things that he couldn't actually read straight out. And I don't blame him. Remember, it's been 3 years. And can I just, put it out there? It's not like law enforcement hasn't had a lot of other things to do. The Karen Reed case is one case among many that they work on. One part of their professional lives and duties and responsibilities. It's just crazy. This is the frustrating part with me. Like, I get it. I like good lawyering. Yesterday I saw some decent lawyering going on, but then it just went off the trails, and now it's in the ridiculousness. And it's not just the Proctor issue, which I will admit I'm kind of over. I know that's like their ticket to like turning the whole case over. But like I said, if there was that much there, none of this evidence would be here. It would have all been tossed pre-trial. Okay, anybody that watches any true crime kind of has that inkling. Why isn't anybody saying it? And I really get frustrated with LawTube when they're not, you know. But they also know that it's the defense's job to actually throw doubt. And this is a big one for the defense. If they can throw doubt, reasonable doubt here with the jury, great. I think that's what he's trying to do. But he takes the risk of turning the jury off with the way some of his questioning goes and his attitude. Those first witnesses that Alan Jackson cross-examined, I don't think he made any headway with them. And he definitely was getting some looks from the jury. At one point, at cross-exam, most of the jury wasn't paying attention. There was a woman leaning forward in like putting her head down. Like he lost them. And once you lose them, it's kind of hard to get them back. Also, anyone else think it's ironic that Jackson is going so hard on this witness for a lack of record? Exactly, or trying to skirt the issue. The one who, like, into a court when directly asked, refused to disclose. Yeah, like, oops. Yeah, it is kind of. Oh, and when he shirked at the word integrity, I'm like, yes, you should, because like you don't have any. Like, you should actually look up the definition. Like, I was really, really like annoyed with that one. An investigation was done not only by the FBI, the state police, and the town of Canton police, and found that although Proctor was inappropriate, no one had anything to do with John's death but Karen. Exactly. But how do we get that into the courtroom? See, the jury needs to hear that about the independence. Like, and this is the thing. That's the risk. That is the risk that's going to come out in cross-examination if they bring Proctor in. If the defense brings Proctor in, they're going to have Hank Brennan doing the cross. And do you think he's not going to bring in that Mr. Proctor was fired by one part? And how many investigations was he actually involved in? And did they find that he tampered with anything? That could come in. And although they had recommendations on how the investigation could have been improved and things that could have been better, they found no purposeful wrongdoing by anybody in this case. And that there was nothing misled. There was nothing else to go to. There was no big, I gotcha, there's somebody else involved. They found that the appropriateness. The evidence led to who is charged in this case. Muddying the water by shouting at a witness. I guess that's how Alan Jackson thinks it works. Yeah. Yep. I do like I'm glad you brought it up, Turtle and Couch, because I do find it ironic some of the things that Alan Jackson goes after the witnesses for is exactly what he's done in this case repeatedly. How he hasn't been sanctioned yet for some of it, I have no idea. Especially with the discovery violations that they scream so loudly about videos that they've been given. They can only give so much of. They really trying hard to prove that that tail light was not as damaged as it was, but there's so much evidence showing it is. Hank Brennan doing a much better job of presenting that image, the evidence in a way that the jury can see the timeline and see dismantling their defense before they even do it, because he has the benefit of the first trial and he knows where they're going. And about this third party culprit, they want so bad to bring in the fact that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are culpable. Like they organized this whole thing, and Jen McCabe covered it up with them. You know, I don't see how being friends with someone, John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, actually hitting up on Higgins and then doing the little flirtatious thing and back and forth. And we've seen all the text messages there. Mm-hmm. We probably have a lot of them in common. Mandy, gosh, we've been following each other forever. Like, I can't even go through mine. There's so many, like, because of the YouTube channel. So many that I follow or that follow me in regards to so many different areas of different communities out here on the socials. You know. Well, I don't know. Does anybody else have any, like, you know what? They're not even like, look, they won't even give us the fan for break. Look, we've got half dome. We got dangle dome for the break and no fan. So I have to keep checking the feed to make sure that it's on time and spinning. Well, it's a much longer break than normal. And then we're gonna have an hour or so before then lunch. I just think that it's gonna be a whole day of Sergeant Bukhenik. I mean, these were the two witnesses that defense really needed to get information out of, and it was Jen McCabe and Sergeant Bukhenik, and it's all about a cover-up and conspiracy. Did I mention the 10 years part? I have never posted in 10 years, but I have been on X for 10 years. I've been on since 2016. So just a little less than you. That's a lot. That's a lot. Mandy says we have like 280 followers. They do spend a lot of time on break, but for this, they're gathering some kind of evidence. And this is frustrating because the defense is not prepared. They fly by the seat of their pants. And I understand that if something comes up and they want to attack the issue, fine. But it's very disruptive to the jury. It's very disruptive for all of us. And I just find it annoying. I think the judge does too. But she's giving them the fair shot, like the time that they need. And, like I said, she's very defense protective that way. Not that she's fond of these defense attorneys, but they did that to themselves with their shenanigans because she does protect Karen Reed's rights to a fair trial, like adamantly. And she is very protective of witnesses in the jury, too. Hmm. I will say, Pete, she may have trouble with finding the Bill Sabras because there's 2 or 3 of them, and they. Uh, but in fairness, they don't follow me. So if she just looks for the ones that follows me, maybe it's difficult though. Twitter's not easy. It's so weird because like when you're trying to do the follows, if you don't get it exactly right, then it wasn't you. Got ghosts. I don't know, Mandy. I don't know. Hopefully you two found each other. So on the witness list, we're still going to have the niece and the nephew. We've got the ring cam coordinator of records from that company. I don't know if the medical examiner is still coming forward, but they are on the list. Whew, we've got a lot. We've got a lot. Oh no, it wasn't you. Oh geez. I have an idea, Pete. Why don't you go into Twitter and message me and I will message Mandy the handle? How about that? And let her send it to you and then you can approve and it won't get lost. You can do it that way. Since you said we're already following each other, that would be easy. Yeah? we can just try that way. I would go in and try to find you, but I have so many followers, it would take me like half the day. Seriously. If we need to do that, we can do that. Hey, I'm just offering to be a like middle person. Like, okay, I see that they're coming back. Let me just put this back up. Our fan is back. Do you trust? You should trust me. I'm a trustworthy bear. I'm not going to put it out anywhere. I'm only going to send it to Mandy. Like, yeah, that's all I would do. I would do as instructed. Whatever you're comfortable with. Yeah, I could search. I mean, if you want me to keep searching, I will try for you later. I would. Mm. And we have our fan back. No more dangle dome. How do you guys feel about the evidence that's been laid out already? I'm I will just say that I personally think that the Commonwealth is doing a much better job of giving us a timeline, of laying it out piece by piece. I can see the direction they're going with the videos, things that are, not there. And it's also with this consciousness of guilt, punctuating things with Karen Reed's own words. Like, I keep using the hashtag in her own words. Like, even if she does, they try to present evidence that says that John was in the house. No one saw him there. There was all these people at this party. All of the people were eventually interviewed. They weren't interviewed that night, that day, that morning. No, they weren't. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was a snowstorm, and nobody went and knocked on everybody's doors and went. They did go in there. Now, I've heard the defense say prior that nobody went inside the house, but obviously through the testimony of Canton Police Department, they did go in the house. They were invited in by Brian Albert, and they did go in. But he's making a big deal that nobody came out to see anything was going on. It was a snowstorm. It was dark. The lights were on. That could have been a snowplow if I was laying asleep in bed. They weren't using a siren. But, just as much as nobody at 34 came out, nobody from across the street did, nobody next door, nobody did. It was the dead of morning in the middle of a snowstorm. Okay. It's just ridiculous. I mean, some of the stories just it would annoy me to be, I would be thinking how dumb do they think I am? You have a wonderful afternoon there, Pete. Thank you for stopping by. It's always good to see you. But you haven't told me if you think the evidence is getting there yet. If you know, send me a message later if you get a chance. I like your reviews of the evidence. You're a good eye. In some ways, I think it's better I didn't actually see this all play out in the first trial, not firsthand. Like, I did reviews after, read articles and things like that. I didn't watch trial footage. I only got ghosts. Got good Irish ghosts, I see. I like those shamrocks. And good luck to you. Curtain twitchers of Canton unite is turtle. It's really, because they all didn't run out, I'm just really curious where this is going for the rest of the morning with Jackson. I will admit that, Sergeant Bukhenik is not a fan. And it's obvious. It's obvious. And did you guys catch that smirk? He did smile a couple of times, like he looked over the jury, like. I saw Jessica Hyde do the same thing. She rolled her eyes up and looked right at the jury, like, "Can you believe this?" Like, yeah. Now, for an expert witness, well, not even like an expert witness. He's not an expert. He is law enforcement, testifying as a member of the case. Okay, as a member of the investigative force. He is just smirking a lot, is what I had to say. He puts this smile on, like, he knows he's looking at an adversary who is a bit of an ass. It's exactly how he looks at him. And please, YouTube, don't get on nasty on my video again and make it yellow because I said that. I've been having this thing back and forth with YouTube. Apparently, the Karen Reed trial, all my stuff goes out of the algorithm for like a couple of days, and then it hits the algorithm. It's really weird. I have to argue with them back and forth. A couple of times there's been shocking content. Well, I realized the case is shocking. It is shocking. Well, there's nothing shocking in these videos about it. We're not showing bodies or parts or talking about anything horrible like that. It's just, I don't know. It's the bots, I guess. I think it's just the amount of traffic on this case alone. Like it seems like more and every day, more and more people are covering it. And that's not even, I'm not even complaining about that. I think there's room for everybody. Everybody has their own take on it. I'm just saying it's like saturated. It's almost like they don't have room in the algorithm, so they're kicking people out for periodic times. I mean, you had to really search to find me. The first 2 days of my trial video. On the third day, it'll pop up pretty easily once they get it back in there. So we just wait. Really, it's just more frustrating that I have to like just keep dealing with them back and forth, asking for the manual reviews and stuff. But I really don't. That's about the gist of it. It's really not a big deal. They saved some of the sassiest witnesses for this part. Yes, they did. Yeah. Shocking content is probably either the trial as a whole being kind of controversial or its specific parts. Probably when Jackson is being an ass, if I had to guess. Perhaps. But like for a while it was going good. Like within 36 hours it would be uploaded and it'd be great. And the views were coming in. But this week in particular, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, those were all like sitting there like dead ducks, like because they weren't when they got uploaded, they went immediately over to yellow and shocking content, which I was surprised about because nothing really happened. So, then they gotta review it and things get backed up and you gotta wait. But I'm kind of used to it. Like, apparently we reached the limit on the word asshole in the Am I the Asshole stream I did on last Friday. Because even after manual review, they say like we said it too many times, so they're not gonna they're not gonna turn it from yellow. So, which doesn't really matter to me. It just isn't in the algorithm. It's still gonna stay on the channel. It doesn't really bother me. I'm not taking anything down. It just sit there with the amount of views that it got that day. And if you go look for it, it's there. But like they're not going to promote it. It's not going to be easily accessible. They won't be pushing it or making it easy to find unless you go directly to my channel. So yeah, that's their that's their prerogative. I mean, what am I going to say? Sorry, not sorry. Like it happened. We did. We talked about who was and who wasn't repeatedly, apparently too much. Like, how do you talk about that Reddit without saying that word? Like, you have to. Like, it could have been so much worse. I mean, if you've watched some of my Sunday shows, it can get a little worse, especially if you watch Mayhem, But yeah, I don't do the YouTubey things very well. I admit that. Like, I resist. The only thing the sergeant hasn't been asked is why he doesn't have the chain of custody for the body. Oh. Yeah. Well, the body was removed well before he became on, so that's true. That was all Canton Police Department. And when they removed the body from the scene. And then because, what they did do right is because the Canton Police Department it was an officer. They had ties to everybody in the area. He lived there. And it was a homicide, so they thought like, manslaughter, whatever, whether it was an accident or not, they turned it over to the state troopers. And the appropriate thing to do, part of the protocol. Defense would have a lot more to say if they kept it local, right? Well, they put the fan on. This is like, it's been well past when they should be back. You can't find him, Mindy? Okay, well, hopefully he will message me and I'll send it to you. We'll see what happens. I don't even know how to search in your followers for a specific name. Like your list comes up. Mandy, you would have to help me with that. Like I don't even know how to do that. I'm looking and I don't even see a way. Like how could you actually narrow it down to 280 that we have in common? Like I don't know. you'll have to tell me how to search through our own followers list that way, because like I don't even know Onyx how to do that. They are late coming back for sure. Am I surprised? Nope. Well, they're 6 minutes late right now. I should be glad, except for that I need to take a they say, well, who was it that said that in the chat? They told me I should just go take a break. They were probably right. I should have, because now I need the break. I can't wait. I mean, in many trials, I have seen that the evidence does go to an evidence locker. That's something I noted. Like they're making a big deal about the time difference. I guess they're trying to say there was opportunity for Proctor to do something. Well, like just because it's entered into the evidence lab, the evidence locker, and not sent to the lab for so many days later or a week or so later, that's not that unusual. Remember, like they have to decide what they're going to test for and what they're going to do and caseload and this, that, and the other thing. And just because there's no other entries, that means nothing else happened. Because if somebody went to remove that evidence, it would be logged for whatever purpose, Are they a bunch of Elon Musk and Johnny Depp accounts that are following you? Do you notice that? Like people pretend to be the celebrity. Like I follow Ren, he's a musician, and then people try to follow me pretending they're him. It's really weird. Like once they see you follow a celebrity, like all these dummy accounts will try to follow you. It's probably from back on the trial, Mindy, when we were following Johnny Depp accounts and we were in that Discord and everything. And then there's like 80 million people pretending to be somebody trying to follow you. Yeah. I follow a couple of musician accounts, and like you don't expect the celebrities to follow you back, you know. I don't. So I'm always looking like suspicious when some like fake Ren account likes my post. Although I will say that Ren himself has liked a few of them if I made a nice comment about something he's going through. He's very hands-on with people, his fan base and stuff like that. He's amazing person, human being. Do you get DMs from any of them asking for stuff? It is a fairly type of scam. I do get DMs from them saying I want a prize or something, but I got to give information to get it. And I just ignore that. I verify everything. Mostly that I get right now are randos that try to put me in Bitcoin advertisements and they try to link my name because I have a following. It's a way to get like their posts seen. And I remove myself from those conversations and then block that account. But I'm not locked up on any of the socials, mostly because like I'm out here on the socials with the YouTube channel. So I'm usually posting about my YouTube channel or some other subject in regards to it on those socials, you know. John Cena followed you back to like his action in his like his real account. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. You know. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of scams. Mostly, when it comes to DMs, if you're not actually following me or I'm not following you back, my DMs get held, and I look at them, and those are mostly like people trying to get me to do art or some kind of Bitcoin scam or investment scam, like not to mention all the pervert stuff that you get. But it wasn't really guys. It's all girls, like with OnlyFans accounts, sending me their links. Like, "Hi, honey, want to hook up?" I'm like, "What is this? Like, do I give off that vibe? Like, that's crazy." Yeah, it could be the blue check too. I mean, one of the nicest things that a follower did for me is invest in my blue check when I was out there, so that my account could get verified. I was afraid of people trying to duplicate my account. There's a lot of people that have the same name. It's very simple. It's just Claire with the bear, you know. Isn't it great? No couch. I mean, it's interesting. I will say that. I will say it's interesting in a way that you don't want to be interesting. Um, I would say for free speech, it's really kind of not, because if you say anything about Elon, you get blocked. Like Elon's putting out. If you ask Grok on on X, who does the most misinformation out there, it comes up with Elon. And I don't know if he's playing with this or not, but I do see that he posts a lot of rhetoric and stuff like that. I mean, he let back a lot of accounts that were blocked. And I do believe in free speech that people can say, what they want. I just draw the line when it causes harm to another. Like your personal rights end where somebody else's begin. Like if you're crossing that line, you know. Yes, I did actually. I did have others in his name trying to promote that coin. I definitely left all of those. I leave all those conversations. I ain't investing in any of that stuff. Like if I ain't out there looking for it, if they come to me first, I'm not. I look at it side eyed. Like I have total sauce vibes about the whole thing. You don't touch Elon anything, Maggie. Yeah. I actually tagged him a few times to stuff. If I have an issue with something he said, if it's an outright not a fact, I have okay, I am guilty of actually following the community posts against certain things like that. I got no problem with it. you know, I mean, there are people I don't necessarily agree with, but I will end up reposting them if they do say something I do agree with, which occasionally everybody does. Everybody has a point about something that I may feel the same about, even though I don't normally agree with that person, you know. I would say when it comes to X, I'm a little erratic. I go long periods without posting anything, and then I go periods where I'm posting like constantly, like every day. So it depends. Like with the trial, of course, right now I'm posting every day what I'm doing for the trial. I'm also looking for trial coverage and trial statements and things from the lawyers and statements that people make and opinion. Looking for inside information with the journalists in the courtroom in regards to the jury and things that are said in and out of court that we don't hear. Just keep my eyes and ears open. So I'm a little more active than usual. But then after the trial, I'll probably just go tuck in again a little bit. because it gets to be much. Interesting like a car crash. Yes, exactly. Couch, you know me so well. Yes. Interesting like a car crash or a grease fire. Exactly. Like all the pretty, but definitely not something I need. Like it could be a bit much. I have an account on Blue Sky. I don't really use it that much. Um, for a while, it looked like a lot of people were moving over there, and I will say a lot of accounts did after Elon took over X. But um, there were some reporters and all that I follow over there. One of them from Romania that I follow for the Tate case.
You are unmuted.
And we are back. That was almost an hour, not a half. This is
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on.
how many times is she going to say that in this trial?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second? Sure. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. I see it now.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
So we're gonna mark this
for identification only.
The EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
What? Oh my. Kind of like the big report he gave Jen McKay that was all those pages. Like, wow. All right, I don't. I can't see that how that is going to be probative over prejudicial. We shall see. We shall see. Well, sidebar number 3. I wonder if this one's going to lead to a long break again. Sidebar number 2 led to a very long break. Sidebar number 3 may lead to an early lunch. This lawyering on the fly. Yep, number 3, Couch. Why did I take off 40-page document of nothing after the Poon trial? I don't know. I think we need one that says pages on pages on pages for sure. They might qualify for all trials like with this. This is the second time in this trial he's pulled this, Did he not do the same thing with Jen McCabe? She had said something, so he decided to go back to try to impeach her, and he pulled a whole document over testimony from somewhere else or somebody else's testimony. Yeah, she's supposed to read the whole thing. Like, I'm not going to read all of these pages. Yeah. I do hope the Commonwealth has a really good objection, a very good one founded in law. It does seem like the judge was like, nah, we'll see. I would imagine some of it's coming in. I mean, he's allowed to bring it in for scope and point to what it is he's referring to. But to have them read the whole thing, that's just not. That's just not. It's a very quiet court. Well, they do have the mics down, but just the whole vibe in the courtroom today is very still. My heart goes out every time they show us the victim's family, and I see Peggy O'Keefe sitting there losing 2 children, 2 adult children, and having to go through years of this, and all reports of what kind of intimidation and harassment that she has endured in her family over these last 2 years. I'm sure she wants this to be over. There's been some back and forth with the YouTube lawyers and also on many of the socials, not just like X, but I check all of them, and they has been a lot of talk in regards to an appellate issue that looks to be pretty obvious, and that was when Robert Alessi tried to bring in the Maryland Supreme Court decision in regards to Jessica Hyde's testimony, and not being allowed to question Jessica Hyde on methodology, but not allowed to bring that actual another court's actual order in on it because she did not find it closely related to the issue at hand. I believe is what she said. But they're actually saying that there's going to be a strong appellate issue and can actually just once verdict is put, like to actually anticipate that that will be one of the issues that bring up that they may want a retrial. Again, hello, fan. Can you imagine if we get a second retrial? And although I do understand that it could be an appellate issue, I think when they look at it and they find that if the issue wasn't the same and he did get to cross-examine her on methodology anyway, which was the issue in the Maryland opinion, the Maryland court opinion. So like if he did get to address her one-on-one about the issue anyway, not mentioning Maryland, I mean, basically it was more prejudicial than probative. So yeah, really. It was just like to make her seem like she wasn't an expert. And we heard her testimony. She really was an expert in her field. She's accredited and she gets listed constantly as being the source for this kind of stuff. So like, just because one court found that methodology in one area of testimony was not did not hold up doesn't discredit her 100%, and there is the chance that the jury would take it like the wrong way instead of just like a one-on issue as like something really huge. And and it's really kind of hypocritical because they didn't want Richard Green's background in actually giving perjury, actually being perjured. Okay, the court, they didn't want that to come up, and he's actually got a file and a record, and they wanted to use that expert witness, but Commonwealth isn't allowed to mention that. Like, so I mean, it's kind of the hypocrisy. Like, I see it. Rules for thee, but not for me. And I know, that's not fair. Tit for tat is not actually a good legal argument or anything like that. I get that. I just find it ironic. It's why I'm mentioning. It really doesn't matter in the end. Two wrongs don't make it right. Yes, Liam. Well, there's replay, but basically it was just most of it we were on break. We were on break for 35 to 40 minutes. They came back. He's got this report that he prepared, and apparently he wanted the witness to read it, and the judge's like, "What?" It's like, no. So they're talking about it. It's kind of the same thing that was going on with the Jen McCabe testimony when Alan Jackson decided she should have to read 220 some odd pages of testimony from before. I'm getting the feeling it's something very similar. Yeah, I did hear her say things would go smoothly now. It does not appear that they are, and she has said this repeatedly. They apologizing to the jury. They're trying to make it better for them. The jury is in the room, so like they didn't dismiss them unless they did it, after they muted us. At sidebar, the jury will see they're at sidebar, but won't be able to hear what they're discussing. But when it gets to be this long, I'm not so sure she left them in there. So shenanigans doesn't exactly do justice to what they're pulling. Yeah, I do worry about that. But it's their job to do everything that they can to defend their client. And that's what they're doing. I mean, if we were in if we were in the defendant's shoes, we would want somebody pulling out all the stops to defend us also. Sometimes I wonder if they're going a little too far and looking just a bit ridiculous. Especially when they pull these big maneuvers over a nothing burger like they did with Jen McCabe. The thing with Jen McCabe is the more that they try to discredit her, but there is other collaborating evidence, video, and other testimony that collaborates everything she says. So in the end, it's like it looks it looks really sus. Oh, how do I get the Bitmoji to move? It's an automated program through OBS that somebody created based on a PNG file, and then a layered PNG that's turned into a GIF, which has the eyes closed and the mouth opened at different things. And then it's pulled into a program in OBS where we set the sensitivity to actually pick up from my mic to move it between the stationary picture and the GIF at random intervals. And I didn't write the program, and that's all I can tell you is that it's actually somebody we know. It was created for some work I did with another channel, and I know the person who wrote the actual program that does it, and they help me keep it working and move. I actually have a new version of it to come out with the actual picture. You see the coffee mug up, the coffee pot up there. My updated Bitmoji is a little fresher, a little more less cartoony. And I will be switching over to that when I get brave enough to make sure the program's working adequately. But yeah, it's a combination of PNGs and GIFs, and a program through OBS. You kind of bring it in like a source, and it picks up from the mic when to switch from the stationary picture to the GIF. That's why it's a little rough. It doesn't and that's why sometimes when I'm not even talking, it will move. Like sometimes you see me muted and my eyes are blinking and my mouth is moving. And that's actually the mic picking up noise in the room. Like if the dog barks, my avatar will move. It's kind of weird. Well, thank you. Thank you. I wish I could take credit for it. I do like it. It's been a process over the last year getting it to work really well. And I think it's been working better lately. I'm getting more familiar with it and tweaking it. Oh. I do have, Mandy, have you noticed in Discord that my picture in Discord blinks? My icon for Discord blinks. So does the library icon in Discord. If you stare at that picture for long enough, if you're in a phone call with me, it blinks on and off. It is really fun. Yeah. The VTubers use a similar tool, yes, and it's a matter of writing into OBS the program to use your mic as the audio source, but with image overlay. It's a little like I don't know enough about it to explain how it works. But VTubers also some of them use a filter that overlays the character. Others just use an actual avatar that moves with your sound. In some of them, like it moves your head and you swing your hair around. There's actually another account that we're familiar with that actually made me a temporary avatar, like showed me what could be done when I switched to OBS. But I don't stream with OBS. Like I use OBS for my avatar, but I don't use it for the backgrounds or any of that. I don't know enough about it yet. I have to learn a lot more about it.
Right, so
That would be cool.
jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack.
We're
that,
back.
of messages on that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sergeant
that's a
Bukhenik,
lot of text.
Do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver and appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Thank you, Judge Cannon, because this is ridiculous. Just Cannone, I said Cannon, sorry. I do apologize. Judge Cannone, this is ridiculous. Please, like, this is like, what are we going to read their whole relationship? Obviously, nice that we just learned that Karen Reed pursued Higgins first. Like, he didn't give her his number. He didn't contact her first. I mean, how is this going to make the defendant look? This is 2 weeks before the incident, and she is pursuing another gentleman. We know that they kissed. We heard all of this. This has been out in the public. But this is supposed to be motive. But there's no other evidence besides the fact that they were in communication with each other. There's no altercation with Higgins in John O'Keefe. They were out at a bar being friendly. They all have mutual acquaintances. Nobody has said anything about anybody being upset. And even during a text message of annoyance during the day of the incident with John and Karen, it didn't come up. Do you think if John knew about the cheating or that it would have came up? Number 4. Apparently, the insinuation is that Higgins was so crazy for Karen, like he just wanted John out of the picture, and Brian Albert is helping him cover it up, and Jen McCabe agreed, even though she's John's friend, more than anything. Like, the only thing I see Jen McCabe being guilty of is zealously trying to figure out what happened. And she's one of those people that's very proactive. She uses her phone all the time. Like, she's the person in the friend group that keeps tabs on everybody and keeps everybody informed about everything. And
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also, to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which
word.
text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
No?
Right.
Let's just start where, I'm sorry, start where
Thank you,
you
Judge.
ended, if you could, please. All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you see it?
You know, she wanted
Sergeant,
to
with
say
the
the
lights
last
off?
page.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I did know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my One-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh, leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currans went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha, I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha, what does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work, unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Ted pole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh, God. Did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be a friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3 round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we go.
Court, all rise for the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Oh, wow. That was really something, wasn't it? It's really weird how sometimes the ticks just stopped. Like one of them or the other would make a comment, the other one just wouldn't answer, and it would just go to the next day. Like number 5 sidebar for all before lunch. Oh, let me just get up the other stream because I have a feeling she's gonna call it in a minute. This that was. I don't think any of that made Karen Reed look very good. If I had to lay a guess, I would say that was an ego trip. I'm sure she had to press her attorneys to do that. I don't see how they're going to make. I don't see what point this is as far as Mr. Higgins having such great motive to do anything to John. If John did know, I could see an altercation, perhaps a discussion or whatever, but Mr. Higgins seems to be quite even tempered and kind of knows the deal here. And, he's attracted to somebody who's definitely got no problem stepping out on her, has some notions about being single, even though she practically lives with the man for 2.5 years. But we also had the text messages before on the day of with her and John, where John is trying to back off a little bit, and she's being completely obsessive. So she's obviously playing both sides. She's obviously looking for attention. It's not a really good look. I don't know what they attempt to gain here. Put it in the jury's mind that somebody else could have been involved. There's no physical evidence to go along with it. Like, sure, they can think it for a second, but does it get rid of all the other evidence that says so? What evidence is there of anything that anyone else was involved in this tragedy, this what could all very well have been an accident, that with all this deception is turning it into a much bigger deal? Seriously. I don't understand. I don't understand where they think they're going with this one, but then again, I'm not a lawyer. What do I know? It almost sounds like she was trying to start a fight between the two men. Exactly. Because every time Higgins backed off or called her out on her BS, so to speak, she would just ramp it up and turn on the charm again. It's very odd. Oh. Empty witness then. There we go.
All rise.
I do believe we're going to lunch. Not that she announced it because, she's, she had dismissed the jury already. So there we go. I forgot that I wasn't on that view. Well, we'll see which we're going to, the fan. There we go, fan. All right. So here is the next stream. Oh, I did already post it. Never mind. I did. All right. I will see you all after lunch. Did anybody hear if she told the jury 45 minutes or an hour? Well, I'll just watch. I'll come back early enough. But I did not hear. But you're right, Couch. Like, it's a Helen of Troy style trying to set them up. And that's why I think even reading this out loud in court, like this last minute thing that they decided to do, this definitely seems to be a push from the egomaniac sitting next to the defense attorneys. But yeah, I said it. Sorry. Like, this just does not play right to me. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm having a hard time in all of the cases that I followed, in all of the things that I've seen, in all just common sense. I don't see how this plays out beneficial to the defense. Only to open up Mr. Higgins as possibly having an issue with John. He says he likes John. And he clearly has Karen Reed's number. Yeah, that's it. Like, what does that mean? He knocked Karen out of the car, got into the driver's seat, and he backed into John himself. It was Higgins. Like, yeah, Higgins took over the car. It's almost weird. Like, is that what they mean? Like, because, like, how does that fit in with all the physical evidence? See, if you're going to bring third party in, you can't just bring in the notion of third party. Okay, because that's like kind of saying, in an alternate universe, it could have happened like this. Unless you have something that ties in physical evidence in everything that they had, 227 search. Yep. Nope. We still have to hear about the dog and everything, but even that doesn't seem, nobody was aggressive at the party. Nobody saw the dog being aggressive at the party. So even if John went into the house, like, nobody saw, the dog wasn't being aggressive. Nobody even remembers seeing the dog. Okay. Jen McCabe saw the dog when she entered her sister and brother-in-law's room. Dog wasn't aggressive. I don't see any collaborating evidence of any of this. But then again, they've got to actually still put their case out. But even from the first trial, from what I went over as far as the evidence that they presented, it really wasn't anything. It's all speculation. I know that speculation is a lot of reasonable doubt. I get that. But when you've got physical evidence here that is actually leaning one way, and you have no physical evidence or even any really type of evidence, just speculation and doubt on the other side, I don't know. Is it enough reasonable doubt? Because remember, it's reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt just means like, oh, great, there could have been an obscure possibility over here. No, it's a legal term. And I think that would be great for a discussion when we come back during one of the breaks. Let me go do some research. I'll see you all in a little bit. Enjoy the break. And I'll be back before they come back on the next stream.